Done more than 30 minutes, sir.
Pardon?
So we've done more than 30 minutes.
So good.
Oh, it's okay. Let's just keep it. Let's keep going. Like how did it was like this? I'll be there. You'll be there.
me no kwe la funudalo. Oh me no, oh me to, asui. Oh me la fununa. Oh me la fununa. Oh me no, oh me to, asui.
Stop. Ask about with other phone. And take them 1 minute. Let's go and give something there.
Santana,
you. Just hold it like that.
behalf of the AMD, we are saying you are most welcome.
That's it.
Well, there's a can, which is what does it means.
Yeah.
But in this house, you speak more of every or every. So akwe also means thank you.
Akwe.
Same time, plus.
Akwe.
All right. So, all right.
Let's you go read what thank you once again for coming to Afrikan Magick Temple. You are most welcome. My bigger brother is saying you are welcome once again. And then what you know, what brought you here, and then why you came, and then what items you bring to the shrine. So
we came to honor our ancestors. We came to learn first and foremost. We brought 6 chalices of gin, gunpowder.
We also brought people.
We have 2 guys that are walking right now.
Take it. Standing to receive Papa Christopher von Kujovi of Afrikan Magick Temple.
you guys are most welcome. Okay, I am Christopher.
You're much taller than I am.
And thank you very much, Birthright Africa, all of here today. Before we go on, I would like you guys to introduce yourselves, each person, so that I know who is who, and then when I am addressing, I will know who I am addressing. Is that in place?
So, this
can you stand up and just introduce yourself?
It's all right. Okay, go.
resembles Kubolo. You know Kubolo?
Yeah, small.
Two more.
Yes,
I'm Keisha.
Keisha.
I'm Wala.
Thank you all for coming, and you are welcome to my shrine and temple. And we will introduce ourselves to you so that you can know who you are dealing with. We'll start with a little one. This is Boko Seto. Boko means a priest. He's already a priest. He's already a full priest. He's only 7 years old, but he's already a priest. Boko Seto. Mauli. I am Boko John. Who knows? Savior. Boko Eche.
Yeah, go in there. Go.
Son of your father.
Go inside.
The son of your father.
Boko Sarah.
They are my trainees. They are the people who work. Sometimes if I'm not here, they are working. Even if I'm here, they are the ones who do the readings and the rituals and everything. I just supervise and continue teaching them. So before we go to the gallery to watch the film, I'm going to pray for all of you. And then we have your names with your names. With your names on them, and I'm going to bring them out, and then each person will have to approve. I think there is only one person among you that, because of the timing that we were giving the names, was so short, especially when we wanted to give the local names, was so short that they couldn't finish weaving them. But they told me they've sent it, it's on the way coming. I don't know whether we will receive them before you leave from here, but it will come. And when it comes, I'm going to see Wala and make sure I'll give it to her to give to who doesn't have. And we're lucky to be meeting you people again on August 12th.
Oh yes, we're going to the museum on the way to Ada.
I'll be there
Yeah.
to do the prayers at the museum. So anyone who hasn't got in their own today, for sure you'll meet me again. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, when he's done with the prayers and we're going into the gallery to see the book, I'll kindly request all of us to in a single file. It makes it easier to get through the door. The door is not very wide, so nobody gets hurt.
Everybody sit down. Chair. Oh, ago, Zumeleba. Ago, Zumeleba. Oh, Zumeleba again. You're not going to get boadi. Oh, Bamano, you may go also not for a big cloud. That's in all. If I'm a Jerusia, that's better. Okay, we are now going to the main anchor of the house. Coffee? I think you're the man. No. Young people want to get I didn't have that.
Jidenna did it. Jidenna did it. We'll take picture of Santana, Gliver, Dualo. No, monsieur, oh Santana, Gliver, no, monsieur, oh Santana, Gliver,
Yo, may I have durable? Oh Santana, Gliver, Dualo. Oh Santana, Gliver, Dualo. Oh Santana, Gliver, Dualo. No, monsieur, oh Santana, Gliver, Dualo. No, monsieur, oh Santana, Gliver, Dualo. Meina Bujege, Usikele Mojibona, Irenama, Santo Kelly, oh, Yoraba, I say, oh. this is how we pour libation. A lot of people say they pour libation, but there's a whole lot of mistakes that people are doing. And say we are feeding our ancestors. But when you don't mention the name of the ancestor you are feeding, nobody receives your libation or your feeding. There is no one in the ancestral world called an ancestor. So when you are pouring libation, oh, my ancestors come and eat, there's nobody with the name an ancestor. Every ancestor had a name before passing on. And until you mention their name, you are not doing anything. You are just pouring drink for nothing. This is very peculiar in the diaspora. People just say, oh, my ancestors come and eat. My ancestors come and drink. Who are you calling? There is no one with the name an ancestor in the ancestral world. Each and every one of them has gotten a name. So when you want to feed your ancestors, you must mention their names one by one so they know who is feeding them, and you too, you know who you are feeding or pouring libation to. So I'm going to pour libation to my ancestors so that they can bless you all. Oh, I go Mauga. I go Mauga. I go Mauga. Oh, Mauga Sobolita, Maduabu. Mauga Skitita, Maduabu. Mauga Ese Joto, Ame Joto. Sena Nuamelo, Setena Nuame. Woman of Heavy, Doctor of Heavy. Woman of Heavy, maybe I'm Doctor of Heavy of Real. Doctor of Heavy, maybe I'm Woman of Heavy of Real. Oh, Sepo Poliki, I said that Cabia. I said Joto, Ame Joto. But you're not going to Maduabu. But you're showing half for a show, but something for a show, Maduabu. And you are Braxas, Abraxas, Mayos, you are Greco Duabu. You are Greco Edimukuna. Oh, Beso, I thought Beso, I thought Beso, I thought Maduabu. Mayo me no so je anyi so bakachi kachi ko ya tre me ala fa banya gba mi la ti ati banya gba mi do do kono me yora kelo we nya ngba ma jo flo lo afa ko ngba ma do di kaw we nya bi ma tepu etega o me yo akai be jo ba kai mo ni ba kai je ba kai bi so ba kai tro ba kai mo ni ba kai bi jo kai ma ni wa ta ba kai ba kai peli pa bi me ba ha ja do lo ko bra ba do ju ya to ba tro me do ju me yo mi nu da o ko ba be wo ka ku Zango, me yo nkure bi na ko. Me yo ra ke yo jo pata, jo maku. Afọ keme bọọlụ mo ni chime bọọlụ bu do gbe yo ko ku ato e perform. Jo gbe yo gbe be. Jo gbe yo to ya mo lu mo di o to. Anu kwara pe be ni. O le fe me bi to ba jo. Tu zo kredu. O mo na te fe de ka o. Jo pata be ye le. Ati e jo bo ba jo. Ni jo pata o fe fia. Jo pata. Me tro me gbe da mo lo. Àfi fagbe wi ye ni na. Jo pata de no anyi. Abi mi ajolo. Jo pata. Jo pata. Me yo. Ẹyin àtẹ̀fẹ́ mẹ́yọ́ wà mẹ́sìmẹ́ gbọ̀ ọ̀jìrí o tó tọ́gbẹ́ dèntẹ̀ àbàpẹ́ lùlùkú zùgbó lu àjìmà ẹ̀gbọ́ àjìmà pẹ́ ẹ̀dọ́ ọ̀jọ̀ la lè fẹ́ kọ́mẹ̀. Balẹ̀ ní bàbá mi lo balo jo nàpẹ́fò àgbo sapatẹ́ mẹ́yọ́ àti gẹ̀rí mẹ́yọ́ gbọ́dọ̀ gbẹ̀dú mẹ́yọ́ ra kẹ́kẹ́kẹ́ àlàáfíà. Èyí mẹ́yọ́ mẹ́gá sẹ́sẹ́ gẹ̀jà pàpà sẹ́sẹ́ sẹ́sẹ́ tọ́gbẹ́ gẹ̀jẹ̀. Now I'm going to call my ancestors. First, I pray to the entities that I work with. People call them voodoo, people call them spirit, people call them gods. Whatever you call them, it does not matter. They are just entities in the universe. If you can connect with them, they work with you. They partner with you. So those are the entities I had called earlier. Now I'm going to call my ancestors. Oh, Maduago, you told me beje. The papa sese. Oh, my Brahini, my Bochi, my Mbe, Foli, Foli Coco, Moneke, Gomiligodo, Kuja Kuma Komlaga, Iwaka. Kuto Menefana, Bobore, and Agobon Nefana. My Attorney Kosopoku, Akubia, Yodonia, Akoso, Agoku, Foli Coco Beje, Tassing Yamosi, Pusi, Yamkoso, Braco, Brahman, and Bodrin, Matako, Agoku, Kofi, Akubia Mensa, Doria Pen, Mepecuno. For Harana, Kuto Menefana. fana mi gbogbo Mayo Ponya Celestine, Yawa Kubia, Katrina Kubia, Ponya Sensequado, Ponya Yawa Ben, Akubia, Akuto Menefanan. Mayo Miastro, Awambo, Atuche, Atupe, Akubia, Mayo Cecilia, Aquene, Eka, Tepemensa, Kuto Menefanan. Yamayo, I will not Tuji, Boko Tuji, Tobe Tuji, Mayo Raka, Okini, Pasa Separate, Jame, Barasu, Barasu, Mayo Boko at a piece of Sobamu, a Bovi, Boko Atacha, a Doge, Kuto Menefana, Boko, and I will go in the Fanam. Mayo who know Honura, a Bako, who know Hunu, Le Be, a Begato Grandmaster, Kuto Menefana, Boko. Yo tobe anani kretu le tita tobe Abraham jibenu le chanu yo tobe kiato Simon kabile abenyana si agotime yo Daniel ebie kumare le agbaro le Nigeria ra kuto mena fana mi gbogbo re na gbogbo ne fana na tefe ebi komunyo na tata yo tre bio Ibrahim bio gege bio kudia bio gbe bio egbe to ta sete gbe bio bete mapa mi anu kuto mena fana mi Epo iji mele batonya nungwa teshi egenu togbe gbobu to mi ba papa ame won onu gbonu nu are ko mi atoro mayo abochi sakra ka betu aba bi agbo ko ko lido ko ku ma ku agbo ko to mo le o franca mani o fitini ko afrika o ko to jaba ku o to tu ko fito na ko bi atra kable mayo bi o pete mayo to bi ahu ba to mo ba bo ni we to tura we bo ni ya ta ta ni pro yo ko to ko si yo ko to o kere ku dagbe lo asireni do ne ba la mo se sa gbedi na tefe mayo afana bo afagbo majelo ko to pe to so ni ta pa ni mayo poli gbe meji ye ku meji wole meji ki meji lo so meji wole meji abla meji akala meji buga meji sa meji trupe meji tula meji le meji she meji fo meji poli che tula mayo ko le ba bi le ko pa to ba ro wa to ba de ya de mo fo ni oh me bo the gbogbo le gba yan o be yo Birthright Africa to America o ba do mi ago egbere ni for hara ni dagbe la me se gba gbe Clebo bi le ko fu ato ba de o bu alo Clebo bi o mi yo ni fu ere ne di che tulawo awuno do boli che tulawo awuno do che nyaula poliche tula we nyaula ho che nyaula poliche tula we nyaula ho emane follow Birthright Africa should grow and grow and grow and let all the Africans of African origin should come back home. Undae akoruade. Guys, we'll follow Papa's lead. Papa. Okay, so we are going to lead us into the gallery. Tony, for people who are you are also for people.
Is everybody seated? Is everybody seated? Are we okay? Okay, this is a very short documentary that Middlebury College in some of the lecturers and some students to come together and establish our shrine in the world. I used to keep it to me and my children, but then it's now public to everybody. So please enjoy the moment. Thank you.
Even though I know our forefathers believe so much in Christ, I personally do not believe them.
No, it's not about it is our tradition. So it is a good thing for Africans.
Judaism is something you can use it to charm somebody or you use it to kill somebody. So as for Judaism,
there's some traditional way for some of the people to also worship it, but it's not good because they can use also to kill, to spoil things, and also they can use also to make money. All is not good.
Traditional West African spiritualism, known commonly as voodoo and pejoratively as juju, is a subject of debate and no small amount of stigma within Ghana. I have been training to be a voodoo spiritualist, or Boko, for the past 8 years. My first teacher is my father, Christopher Fonkujovi, Boko, who runs his own shrine in Accra.
People don't understand spirituality. The African is the only one who knows about every religion in the world except their own religion or their own tradition. You just tell it's evil. That's their only answer. They'll tell you, oh, it is evil. It is satanic. Finish.
Beginning in the late 15th century, Europeans established trade posts on the west coast of Africa, brutally subjugating much of the indigenous population into the slave trade. In the late 17th century, colonization occurred in southern Africa, followed by the rest of the continent at the end of the 19th century. These imperial forces were eager to control not only regional economies, but also regional cultures, especially religion. Christianity was imposed through force, missionary campaigns, education, and even healthcare. Labeled primitive and even satanic, traditional spiritual practices were condemned by the colonial masters. This disdain of local spirituality persists to this day.
Africans have been so indoctrinated to the point that they don't look at their own knowledge and wisdom that have been passed on by their ancestors, but they are just following the oppressor, thinking that whatever comes from the foreign land is better than what we have here. We have gold, we have diamond, we have bauxite, we have timber, we have almost all the natural resources in our country. Yet still, we are the poorest of the poor. How and why? It's because we are forgotten about our tradition.
When my father expresses this indignation about forgotten traditions, I know that he is talking about the sense of community and solidarity that is characteristic of West African culture. I know he is saddened by how much that sense of community has been damaged by Africa's oppressors.
So a lot of like the spiritual practice is around family, because I think in many African cultures, family is one of the most important things, because that's how you survive. And some of these rituals really help create that sense of society, and that's something that I really value.
Another core value of voodoo is the veneration and respect for nature.
Does it mean something?
The belief in the spirits inhabiting nature has been decried as superstitious, but to me, this aspect of voodoo has particular resonance in our current era of environmental crisis.
Worship and then you need to know herbs. You need to know the combination of different herbs. For this sickness, what herbs do you combine? In African traditional belief, we believe nature is God, and God is nature. It's nature. All the trees, animals, plants, water, rivers, whatever you see is what from God. We respect God by respecting nature.
When I was growing up, I didn't really think about the environment, to be very honest, but more and more I start to realize how intertwined my practice is with nature and the environment, that practicing African spiritual practice makes you want to protect the environment more, because if you destroy all the herbs and all the plants, then all our practices goes useless.
So if you see God in nature and see nature in God, you will respect the word. You will not just go cutting down trees. You will not just killing people. You will not just go killing animals for fun.
We don't believe in the killing of animals just for the sake of killing. It should be for some meaningful purpose. And so the whole animal is used after sacrifice.
One of the most common misconceptions about voodoo is that its practitioners lack respect for life. Many Ghanaians believe in the potency of voodoo practices, but fear them because they associate the power to summon nature spirits with the power to kill or cheat others. The film industries in both Africa and the West encourage this interpretation.
interview me, ask me whatever you want to ask me, and I'm here to answer you. I've been in this tradition on my own for the past 40 years. So ask me anything, and whatever I know, I'll tell you. Yes, go ahead.
Are you familiar? I'm sure you are familiar with the New Orleans area and the voodoo community down there. Have you ever been down?
I've never been to New Orleans, but I'm familiar with the voodoo practices in New Orleans. Yes, I am familiar with that, but I have never been to that part of America yet. But I've had people contacting me, and I work for people. You can take your chairs so that you can face it. It makes it more easy. Yes. No, I'm calling you Jidenna.
That's my nickname. Man.
That's your nickname.
Can you explain to us the significance of the vest that you're wearing?
Practices, voodoo practices, and in any spiritual practice apart from modern Christianity, there are always, and there had always been, talismans. When you go into the Old Testament and you look at the Jewish priests, they had all these talismans that they wear, headbands they wear. What it does is that it lifts your vibration from normal, mere human being to a higher form. So when you are dealing with God or gods or spirit, it makes them easier to relate to you. So that's what talisman does. So this is one of the talismans that was made for me by my cousin, and this is Arabic as well as Jewish and some African mixed together.
Okay, your first name is Christopher, right?
Yes.
Which is a Christian name.
Yes.
What made you evolve from?
Okay.
Because my guess is that you may have started with Christianity as a young
Definitely.
boy. So how did you evolve into who you are now?
Very good question. I was born into a Christian home. My father was a Protestant from the Presbyterian Church, and my father was involved into building the church. My mother was a Catholic from the Roman Catholic Church, but my grandfather was a traditionalist. So when my father went to school, because in those days, before you can have an access to education, Western education, if you are not a Christian, they will not let you go to school. So my grandfather, thinking that the future of his children, he allowed them to become Christians so that they could go to school. And from there, my dad went to school, and he was a little bit influenced with Western education and Christianity, so he was much involved into the church. Whereas my grandfather at the time was still doing his shrine and traditional practices. So we were born into Christianity, so we were baptized Christians. But as I grew up in the church and all this, I was not having the kind of satisfaction that I wanted from Christianity as a religion. So I moved into many other things before finally coming back to settle into what my ancestors did. I was once a Hindu monk. I was in India. I went to training in Benares. I don't know how many of you know have ever heard of Benares. Varanasi. Varanasi is like the Mecca of Hindus, the most holiest city in Hinduism. So I went to training in Varanasi, where I was trained and I became a monk. And I was in charge of Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia as a regional monk. Wow. Before so many things, and then I found myself in Japan. And I found myself in Japan because I'm also a professional international magician and illusionist.
Surprise.
So this is how I found myself in Japan, because I was contracted to go and perform shows in hotels and nightclubs in Japan, and I found myself there. And then finally I ended up staying in Japan for 10 years. I got married to Japanese and have my children, Senna, as you heard him speaking, and the junior brother, Pele. Yes. Yes. Big brother, I call. Can you direct the questions, those who are putting their hands, so that I can know?
Oh no, she was waving at Senna.
Okay. Okay. Senna is there, yes, he's watching from Japan. He's in Japan now. Yes, my brother, come on, yes.
Stephanie, I was wondering if there's a significance with the gin, and using specifically gin for the shrine.
You mean the white cloth?
Yes.
No, the gin.
The gin. Yes, you know, gin or alcohol in general is called spirit, right? A lot of people forget about that name. That is called spirit. So when you are connecting with spirit, you must use spirit to connect with them. That's why we use gin. Sometimes people use vodka. People use schnapps and all this thing. But the best one that we use in Ewe traditional spirituality or voodoo is a white-based, clear drink like this type, that it has not got any color. That's what we use to pray to the spirits and the ancestors. We human beings can drink any kind of color, but we pray to the ancestors with a very plain one to show the purity of our hearts towards the ancestors. Yes.
I was interested in knowing your beliefs around life and death and like the transition of it, just a little more in detail.
About life and death, we have something we call se. And the Yorubas call it ori. But then the Abes call it se, Jobe se, destiny. Each and every one has a destiny. And we came into this world with our destinies, choosing for us where to be born, who should give birth to us, and where we should be placed so that we can have potentials to be able to develop ourselves when we are in this lifetime. So when one dies, it's only the physical body that dies, but your inner self, which is the Hindus call it Atman, does not die. It remains the same. And depending on how you develop yourself in this lifetime, that's what will determine where you will go, where you will be placed, whether you'll be a black person or a green person or a yellow person or a white person, whether you'll be an African or born in another part of the world. It is your destiny who will determine that by the work you do in this lifetime. So when one dies, your destiny or your ascent will be waiting to have another opportunity to life, so that they can have more experience and grow, trying to get to the higher, which we call God. So when you die and your destiny is waiting to be born, when a man and a woman have sex, if these two people's vibration and waves are equal to the vibration of that bodiless soul, it will travel into the futures and lifestyle taking place, and one day you'll be born. Yes, questions should come.
I'm still processing what you just said, and also the fact that it's Destiny who asked that question.
Destiny, yes. Yes, she is Destiny. She asked that question.
So I have two questions, but just off of what you just said. So does it relate to reincarnation of the soul, what you're speaking of? And why is it that we in the physical life, if we're developing this soul, do we not remember the soul that may have come forth from the
It is not
previous?
It is not very easy for you to remember when you are just in the beginning. But as you grow, you have dreams. When you have dreams, sometimes in your dream you visit places that you believe or you think that you had been there before. While your body is lying down on the bed, it means your soul, your inner self is traveling back to certain places. And in these dreams and these experiences, then you will know that you had not been here. This is not the first time of you being here. But how to process that and know what to do and then follow your past life's journey is where the key is. And that's what Voodoo touches on. We all are individuals. No two people have the same destinies. Just like the fingerprints. No two people have the same. So your destiny is your destiny. My destiny is my destiny. It is up to me to discover it somewhere along the way and continue where I left off.
So the evolution, you're continuing evolution of the soul.
Yeah, we even believe that animals, after some time, will enter into human body. But their behavior will be more of animalistic nature. The human being will behave more like an animal than human being, and after interacting with the physical world and people, after some time when that person dies and comes back, then they become human because they've had experience of human being. Yes, come first.
Sarah,
Sarah,
I just
yes.
was wondering if there's you think that dreams could also tap into the future as well as in terms of the past?
They do. Dreams tap into the future and sometimes talk about the past as well. So that's what Voodoo is all about. When we talk about Voodoo and you get initiated into Voodoo, it depends on what Voodoo wants to work with you. There are entities in the universe. Some of them nobody has even contacted them before, but they are all there. You may be the first person that entity will contact depending on the vibration that you are emanating, the wavelength that your soul and your physical doings are doing, and then that entity may be attracted to you and wants to work. And that's what we call Voodoo. You know, the word Voodoo is an Ewe word. I am an Ewe, and it's an Ewe word meaning spirit. So Voodoo is not anything than saying spirit. But then people created it to look as if it's a religion. Voodoo is not a religion, it's a way of life. Each and everyone has their own way to approach the divine and deal with the divine, because you don't know which energy will be attracted to you or which energy you will attract.
Is there ever a fear that it could be like a bad energy?
In life there is good energy and there is bad energy. But it depends on how you as a person is handling it, just like the documentary of saying like a knife. Knife is not a bad thing, but in the hands of the wrong person, it becomes evil. And in the hands of a good person, it is good. Same it is with a gun. Gun is made to protect you and defend you. But in the hands of the wrong person, it becomes evil. It becomes a killing tool. But a gun is innocent. Gun on its own is an innocent thing. So whoever holds it is the one that you have to look to and blame or praise. So that's how Voodoo is. That's what spirit is. When you get in touch with spirit and you are connected to spirit, it is you as a person. If you are a good person, you will use it for the good of yourself and for other people. But if you are a bad person, you will use it to attack other people. So this is what it is. So the spirit of Voodoo by itself is not a negative thing. But I think when the Europeans came to Africa and saw this, they were scared, because in Voodoo, people can tell you, people can make you to get sick today.
People can even wish that you should, when you get out of the gate, a car should knock you, and truly a car will knock you, and you will be dead. That force is so mighty and tremendous that the European felt so afraid of it, and then they have to find ways and devise means in order to discourage our people from getting into it by saying it's evil. If a voodoo priest can call rain from the sky and the rain will fall even though the skies are dry, or rain is falling and the voodoo priest can look into the sky and tell the sky that please rain, hold on for me until I want you to come, and truly the rain will hang up there. No one can ever do this. It should only be the devil. It should only be the devil, because we are following God, but we cannot do this, and then you can do that. You are following the devil. But then nature is powerful. If you are able to know how to handle it, you will be powerful too.
So may I ask two questions?
Do.
Okay, the first one is I know that sacrifice, animal sacrifice, I'm familiar with it in Abrahamic traditions. What is the role of it in this one? Part A. And then part B is I still want to know what happened after you were a monk and how you're here now.
Okay. So let me take one at a time. You see, in voodoo practices or traditional African spirituality, whether it is the Ewe one, the Nigerian one, or Congo, or South Africa, just mention anywhere, and not only limited to Africa, anywhere in the world, animal sacrifices had always been there, even in European culture. And in the past, there were even human sacrifices. When you go to the Mayans of the Machu Picchu, and all these people, they do sacrifice human beings and animals. What was the essence of that was they believed and know that when the spirit leaves the body is gone, but the spirit is not dead. And they send the spirit on a mission to go and tell the unseen energies what they want to communicate. Because no one has ever seen God or any spirit before. But we know they exist and we know they are around us. And who can contact them directly? It's only your spirit that can contact them. So in voodoo, when we kill animals, the voodoo or the spirit takes that energy of life of the animal being sacrificed to empower itself and work for you. This is the purpose of blood sacrifices in African traditional spirituality. The same thing in Abrahamic, Yom Kippur, and all this things, they are killing animals in Islam. They are killing animals. But when it comes to Africans, once we kill even a chicken, oh, it is deadly. Other people can kill anything because they are major established religions, then they are okay. Then once a voodoo priest kills a chicken, you are doing evil, you are doing a devilish act. It is just time for the Africans to, people of African descent to know that our tradition was not evil. We were misled to believe and think that we were not fit to worship God unless we worship the gods of other people. And it is true that the gods of the victors usually become the god of the nations. And the people who are victims, their gods become devil. It is already known. So when you are conquered, your gods become devilish. And those who conquer you, their gods become your god and they become supreme. That's why the European god would be spelled with capital G, O-D, and then the local god would be small g, O-D. Who set that status quo to say that your god should be spelled with a small g, and why the Europeans' god should be spelled with a capital G? Is that clear to all of you?
Yes.
Yeah. Great. So we've been misled to believe that we are not worthy of worshiping God. we are always supposed to be servants. Whether you're a Muslim or Christian, it's the same thing. The Arabs also look at black people like servants. The Europeans look at black people as servants. Just because we were not able to keep our own and hold on to it and pass it on to our generations. This is where we have fallen short. But with this time, with the modern age, there's a whole lot of changes that's happening. And it may take years, hundreds or 200, 300 years, but we will get there. We'll definitely get there. It may not be in our lifetime, but we have already started the ball rolling. And your second question that I was a monk, and then how come I become a voodoo priest? Okay, I was a monk for about 10 years, and I was a celibate monk for that matter. But what I was actually looking for, my inner self craved for something more powerful, not just belief system, not faith. Something that I can be in charge of and something that I can control. I wish, and my wish should happen. I don't want to believe it that it will happen. I want to know that it is going to happen. And it is that has taken me from the monkhood. So I decided not to be a monk anymore. And they tried everything to convince me, because I was a good monk too. So they wanted me to remain, but I said no. So I finally got married, have children. Then I came back to Ghana, so I went back home, and then I met my old man, and he started teaching me about our tradition. And it's for spirituality, you don't need to convert people. It's only in religion that people are converted.
Yes.
In spirituality, everybody comes at their time. If it is your time to look for the truth, you will look for it. No one need to force you to become. So maybe after I had gone through the world and gone through all kind of religions, and I did the Kabbalah, I did the Jewish, Judaism, Sufi, just mention them. And then finally, I think I was grown enough for the spirit world to accept me, to come back to where they wanted to lead me. And this is how I came back home, and then I started learning, and then I realized that I had been in all these religions and in positions in this Hinduism and other things, yet still I don't have control over myself. I don't have control over nature. But then when I started practicing African traditional spirituality, I can wish and it will happen. I can will and it will happen. Just by mere talking to sky listens to me, nature listens to me, and that's what I wanted all my life. I don't want to believe. I want to know. And I want to wish and will and let it happen. Yes, no, say, want to ask a question, please go ahead. Did I answer your question? Are you okay? Or something still remains?
There might be, but I'll wait until
Okay. Okay, try to absorb this one. And then ask me. Yes, my brother.
Thank you for your time.
Yes.
I know you mentioned you don't want to believe, you want to know. I guess that concurs with, like, if you wish for something, in it, there has to be some type of faith that you believe it could happen, right?
It's not faith. Our tradition is not based on faith, it's based on practicality, logic, and reason.
What if it doesn't happen? If you wish for something?
If you wish for something, you don't just wish in your head. There are some actions that you will do and make it happen. That's why it's based on practicality. It is not just belief system. Formula. It's a formula based. It is not just you believe and wait that God will do it. You as the human being, you are your God, your own God. The God is within you. And what do? You must know what to do, put things in place. 1 + 1 is 2. And 2 + 2 is 4, but 2 × 2 is 4, right? you must know that formula. And when you follow the formula, you cannot, it's not something you will do and it will not happen. Unless you don't know your formula is wrong, that is only when it won't happen. In African traditional spirituality, it is based on formula. And it's not knowledge. It's not faith, but it is knowledge that you yourself will come to know. Then you know that when you put this into the process, it will turn out that way.
So practicing.
Yes. Yes, the initial part is to get introduced to the psychic plane or psychic world or to the spirit world. Once that introduction is done, you have your connection. Even by calling the name of a particular energy, the vibration and the energy just comes directly onto you as an individual and you start to feel it. It's not like somebody is saying you should believe it. You will feel it. And it is you and you alone who will be feeling it and try to control it and try either to stop it or let it continue. You will see more of this in our videos on YouTube, Facebook, and all this. They are all there. We have so many initiations and other things that we have done. We can't share them all today, but when you join our revolution, the Afrikan Magick Temple, when you go and you subscribe to that or like it, whenever you can go onto all the pages and all things that we have done, and you can see how beautiful nature is. I'll be going to Europe September, and I'm going to Bremen Mission, where the church, the Presbyterian church that came to my region. They're calling me because they have taken some of the voodoos from our land and for 180 years now, and they've been keeping it, they don't know what to do, so they're bringing me from here. I'm going there. I'm going there to see if they can repatriate them to our people. Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Joy. So I am from New Orleans, Louisiana, and my family is traditionally Christian. So my knowledge of what voodoo is in New Orleans did not come from my own people. So I wanted to ask you what the traditional history of the voodoo dolls is, maybe to like clear up some, you know, whatever Hollywood is saying.
Yes, okay. Voodoo dolls, you know, in voodoo, we use images to represent energies. The human mind is so that without image, it is very difficult for it to associate. So we use certain images, and I believe in today's modern science and everything, even in computer, they have to create something, and then people can have an attention to that, and through that you can do your work. So in voodoo, okay, this is a voodoo on its own. This one is also a voodoo on its own. But these are not dolls carved out of wood. But these are herbs, harvested different herbs, put together. And if you can remember in the video, I was saying that you have to have the knowledge of herb. You must know which herb and which herb will combine to form an energy to be able to attract an entity. So when they make the voodoo dolls, it is not just dolls. Herbs will be added into it. And if you are not lucky, and supposing they want to direct that voodoo doll to harm you, they will try to find something from you as a human being, either your hair, your clothing, or everything, and add it to the doll. Now they are invoking your inner spirit to come and inhabit that doll. So when they beat that doll, you feel pain. Who else can do that? Formula. It's all based on formula. It is not just dolls and they put videos and people. No, there are things in it that makes it to represent you. And when they send it to you, it will affect you. That's why the fear of voodoo practice is that it is evil. And I believe very strongly when our ancestors and our forefathers were taken into the diaspora, into America, they were denied of everything. They were stripped, totally, everything was taken away from them. But their minds and their brains were there. And some of them remember what their fathers or their ancestors had practiced by picking herbs, knowing that this herb and this herb, when you put it together, called that it is the Mr. Jones. Let's say that this is Mr. Jones. And then maybe somebody brought something from Mr. Jones' house or whatever. And then when they put that together, because when people are beating you and shooting you, you can't beat them back. If you do, they'll kill you. But they got herbs. They pluck them and they put them together and they say it's Mr. Jones. So this night, they will bind Mr. Jones' leg so he cannot wake up from his bed and can't walk. So if he does not walk, he'll stay home. And what would the white man say? You are worshiping the devil. Because you didn't come to slap him, you didn't come to attack him physically, but you have really attacked his energy. And his energy is weak, so you must be an evil person. These are the things that had happened. And I know, because from some of my students in the US, their ancestors had practiced this, and some of this knowledge is still left in the family. Some people still have them. Maybe not in total, but they have them. Are you okay? No, you can ask the question. Yes, go ahead, follow-up question.
I was told also that it could, if in a positive manner, used to help with healing people in the same way it could be used to hurt people.
Yes, that's why I say voodoo is like a knife. If I have the power to use it to hurt you, I can still have the power to use it to heal you. So when it is in the hands of a good person, when people are sick, because we do a lot of healing here in this house, and we heal people even from diseases that people do not believe can be cured. My wife, you saw her in the video, she was praying. She had cancer at one time. And what we did is that she had cancer of the womb, and then we transferred that sickness into a dog. And the dog got sick. We took the dog to hospital and did operation, and my wife was okay.
Wow.
So it can be used for good, it can also be used for evil. It depends on who is handling it.
Thank
you. Yes.
I have a comment and then a question. My comment is long.
It's okay.
Sorry. I just want to thank you. I find this, I'm deeply inspired. I think we're all fascinated here. I think we're all drawn to this. And I won't speak for every single person. In fact, some may still have inner skepticism. Some may have fear, obviously because our minds have been colonized. But I think the work that you're doing is immensely important and it's right on time. I also think the way you describe things is special. I've like you, I come from Protestant and Catholic parents. Like you, I spent a year training, but not as formally and as long as you as a monk. I was celibate for a year. Okay. I studied Mahayana Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, Sufism as well.
Okay.
And I was searching at the time. And also like you, I actually started to come back to traditional African societies, and not just the Igbo culture that I grew up in, even Yoruba, Ifa, and seeing it around the world, Santeria, Candomblé, everywhere. I will say this, and I don't know if Senna has made you aware, and I don't know what's going on in Japan, but in the US right now, our generation is straying away from religion, searching for spirituality, but we're doing it, they're not our own. So we go to yoga, we have crystals, we have tarot cards, and I'm telling you, and a lot of black women are leading the front because black women are leaders worldwide. But what I see is what we're not doing is coming back to what we're from and what we do. So we use words that sound friendly, like manifest. I know all of y'all use that. That's what he's talking about.
Yes.
That's what this is all about. Manifestation. You can manifest great things, you can manifest ill will. Trust me, I've done both. I have. Out of defense. Because like you said, I can't go and just hit somebody all the time. I have to defend myself, my family, the women that I'm with. And so I think that we're at a point where I think we can leapfrog into the future and accelerate this if we have more people who communicate the way you do. If you work, maybe, you know, I'd love to work with you in stateside. If there's a union of priests, if women, like one of your sons was saying, have a higher role, a role that they're more than deserving of. And if we can do that now, I actually think our generation, the ones that listen to Amapiano and Afro beats around the world, generation that is looking and seeking, generation that 1 million plus that came to Ghana even just a couple years ago, I believe that we can actually be the ones that change the next decades so that we don't have to wait 500 years for us to turn. We need it now. So that was my comment. I told you it'd be long. And my question is, who do you know stateside that maybe you can recommend for us? Or how can we get you stateside to talk to more and maybe to work with some of us so that we can create our own? Because I do believe it's spirituality, as I see in Africa, it's particular. So what you're doing here, your practices, is not going to be the same as the next person, even in this country. It's not going to be the same as the next person in the country next to it. But we want to learn so that we can implement individually and communally.
Thank you very much for that commented question. One thing that is very common these days is that there's so many people who call themselves African traditional spiritualists. There is so much fraud and scam going on in the world. A lot of people from the diaspora come to Africa, get one single initiation, and when they go back to the States, they have become Babalawo. Without going through the training of a Babalawo, just by one single initiation, tomorrow they set up a place and start giving names to themselves. And they continue misleading people. And so I have been to the motherland. So I am a prince, I am a queen, I am a king, all kinds of things that is happening. So if you're not very careful, you fall into the wrong hand. Because a lot of people, as you said, in this generation are looking for the truth. They are living religion and looking for the truth. So we at Afrikan Magick Temple are very, very strict and straight with our practices. And we don't water it down just to suit people. We do it as we were taught, and it is working for us and working for people who associate with us. I have priests in the US, my trainings, and I have people, women as well as men, who are in the US who do some of the work. But then when it comes to some part of the practical work, I do it from here. We are on Facebook as a revolution, because we are re-voodoo-shing, not revolution, but re-voodoo. We are reorganizing voodoo as a revolution to demystify the fear and the minds that people have. So my children form the revolution. I form the Afrikan Magick Temple, but then the revolution is the educational part of the shrine. They educate people and bring people of like minds to become to understand what it is. But I am doing the practical voodoo aspect. So when you go onto YouTube, you will find Afrikan Magick Temple, you will find Revolution, and you will find it on Instagram, Facebook. And I have gotten, I have a clubhouse as well, and we have a weekly section here every Sunday from 2 p.m. Ghana time to the world. And people ask all kind of questions from everywhere in the world, all the way to New Zealand, Australia, China. And I'm here to answer you and then to kind of clear your confusion about our traditional spirituality. I think a few months back we had about 7 million people watching us. We have a followership, and we are here and I teach. And any question that you is bothering you about our tradition, on Sundays between 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. I'm live and I teach, and you can ask questions anywhere. You can be in the comfort of your home and ask me questions. We are on Zoom, we are all listening, so you can ask anything. So that's where we are. We also want to connect with people who are really interested and are eager to learn the real thing than just saying, putting beads on your neck and walking around that I am a Ifa initiate. No. That's not what we do here. We are doing the real thing. Yes, Destiny.
A lot of questions. First off, thank you for sharing your story. You're a powerful storyteller. Like,
really?
I could really see myself in that. Just a little background. Was born into a Christian, faith, and then my father converted to being a Muslim. My grandmother was a prophet, and then I went into Nichiren Buddhism. So like really being on this journey, and then now I'm kind of.
Could be your destiny for coming here.
Right,
you never know.
Right. You never know. But the question I had is kind of related to the earlier conversation about the essence and spirit. So one of the things I've been saying on this trip and talking to a lot of people is saying, really trying to figure out how to use my personality to serve the energy of that soul. And I think you're like hitting a lot on it. So can you talk about how you can use that? Like what's the best way to use who you are here to perpetuate yourself in the future for your future self?
Okay.
Sorry, it's a little loaded.
Okay. Before you can actually work with the spiritual world and be able to build confidence, because when you're working with the spiritual world or spirits, it gives you that confidence because you know that you are no more alone. You know that there is an energy, an entity that is behind you who you can call upon at any time and it will respond to you and support you. Yeah, that's why I say we do not worship spirits here. We do not worship gods or anything here. We partner with the psychic world, with spirits. They are in that plane. We are in the physical plane. And that partnership is what we do here. So when someone comes to me with a problem or whatever, I call upon the spirits and ask them, okay, this person is here and having this problem. What should I do for the person? So they give me directions, they can do this, do that for the person. So I do the physical part of the work, the spirits take the other part and they do it. So it's a partnership between ourselves and the spirit world. That's how you be confident in yourself. So it is important to get introduced to an energy that you can count on, and you can call the energy at any time. Excuse me to say, even when you're having sex and you call the energy, it should be able to respond. There shouldn't be anything say, oh, because you did this, then that's why the energy or God is not attending. God should be able to attend to you at every moment in your life. And that is when you can trust that there is God, or there is an energy, or there's an entity that you can trust. And when you are introduced, which is normally called initiation, once you are initiated, you have that confidence, and anywhere you go, you know you are not alone, then you can project yourself into the future.
Thank you for that distinction. That was so powerful. And it really answered a question and a conversation I was having with Kendall a few hours ago. Like, wow, that is so powerful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, I have a follow-up. Okay, me because there's two parts again.
Don't worry.
Thank you for your patience and grace. Okay, so still I'm thinking about your story and your journey, and I'm very interested in the process that it takes for people to arrive at what they believe or what they know. Would you say that after being a monk, your beliefs or what you knew to be true changed from then to now? Like what you know to be true, is that different? Or was what you wanted out of life different?
Okay.
And then part two after.
Okay, you ask me after I finish the first part, then you can. You see, your inner self is what determines what should be and what shouldn't be. And from my childhood, I had that desire for the truth. So me being in Christianity and being a child, I was just following my parents, because they told me this is what God is. But as I grew up and I was growing up, I realized that I'm not satisfied with what my parents were showing me to be God. That's why I moved into other religions or tradition looking for the truth. But then after getting to the level of a monk, where I can also initiate people into Hinduism, I read Sanskrit and all these things. But then it got to a point that I am still seeing human nature in what practices we are doing. And that told me that I'm not at the right place. Because when you are dealing with spirit, human nature or human beings' nature shouldn't be part of it. It should be spirit and you. Between you and God, there should be no third person. You can be introduced by somebody, but from there onwards, it's between you and God, not no one else again. But when other people start trying to cut in, they want to control you. They want to tell you what to do, and once you are not following their rules, then you become a bad person. You are devilish, or you are not listening to God. Who are they to tell you whether you are listening to God or you're not listening to God, whether you are following God or not? It's between you and your God, and that is what is the key to growth in spirituality. You don't need to go and stand at the rooftop and sing songs and dance to tell people you are praising God. But I think even in the Bible, Jesus says that not people who are shouting, Lord, Lord, will go to heaven. It is not for people to be standing at the rooftop or roadside. So in the Pharisees, and who is the Pharisee? Hypocrites. They are the only people who will be shouting and let people think that they are worshiping God. God is between you and your God. No third person. So once you establish that trust and relationship with the spirit world, it's okay. You wake up and you pray to your God, you are fine. Go about your day, come back home. You will come back too, and you will be successful.
So,
yes,
as you transitioned into voodoo, you found a place where your relationship with God could just be you and God.
Right.
Okay.
See, because it's not that I transitioned to voodoo, because the base of my father's family was into this tradition. But because my father went to school, he became Christian. And we were born as Christians because our father was a Christian. So when we are growing and becoming men of our own, we also decide where to be, of the which side of the coin to be. And I found that the tradition of my ancestors was the one that is closer to me than being a Hindu monk or being a Christian pastor, whatever. Because it gives me that peace and comfort. I can sleep knowing that I'm okay. I don't need to worry that until I go to heaven before I'll get my rewards. If I do good things will come to me. If I do bad things will come to me. So I don't need to go to heaven. And unfortunately, they don't have my kind of people in heaven. So which heaven am I going to? Have you ever seen a black man in heaven before?
No, I haven't been to heaven.
No, but the pictures that they have been showing us. Have you ever seen any black man among them? The only black man is called the Satan or devil. The rest are all white people. And they are dancing and singing, and I was saying maybe the black people were in the kitchen, so that's what
So I'll make it quick. The part two to it was. So with a lot of other belief systems and practices, they have texts that you refer to, like the Quran, the Torah, the Bible. Is there anything like that? Like if we were interested in learning, what would we go to learn?
Nature.
That doesn't change.
Nature is the book of truth. No human book is a book of truth. All other books were all written to control other people politically or whatever. Nature is the book of truth. When you look into nature, you see God, you see truth. When you take food, instead of putting it into your mouth, you stuff it into your nose. What will happen to you?
If I put it in my nose?
Yeah.
I'll sneeze.
You will have some problem. So nature is the book of God. There is no man written book that is the book of God. It is all political.
Okay, so then the real question, I guess, is how does a person learn about this? Like, how do you learn? Who has the information? Is the information like where is it? How is it transmuted?
No, you see, what I'm trying to say, nature is a book of God, or nature is a truth, or book of truth. When you are initiated, you are taught about this herb, which is growing. This herb can do this, can do that, can do that. This plant, when you combine it with this one, this is the result you get, like a laboratory, a science laboratory. Put this chemical and that chemical together, if you like, put a catalyst, and before you know, you get a result. So when you are initiated, you are now becoming a new person, and you begin to look at nature as the reality. And then when you plant a corn today, no matter how hungry you are, the corn is not going to grow that very day for you to eat. But if you nurture it, water it, and take care of it, one day you will be eating enough to fill your belly, right? So nature teaches you patience. So that you look at nature and then you learn patience from there. So it's not like, I want it today. If it's not your time, you're not going to get it.
Yes. Remember there was once you taught us about the reason voodoo is not really that because of the power of the whole technology, for lack of better words. Can you maybe share that?
Yes, no, voodoo is not written in books. You can only hear from people who practice it and know the in and out of it. Because there are parts of the voodoo, you need to get something that will connect you with the spirit world. How are you going to put that in a book? You can put it in a book. So it's a master to a student, and a student to another student. That's how it moves. So voodoo is not written in books. You have to experience it. So the eating of the sweetness of the pudding is in the eating. When you eat it, the pudding, then you will know whether it is tasty or it is not. That's how our tradition is. We don't write them in books. And I will only teach people that I can trust that they will not use it for evil. But if they've written it in books, anybody can buy a book for sure and start to destroy people. Maybe he's angry with their friend that they will take his boyfriend or girlfriend, so I want to kill you. So I think Senna is using something. Senna is saying something. Yes, yeah, come. Yes, Senna, go ahead.
Can't hear you.
I know it will come from the technical team. Can you? Get you. Yao, we can't hear you. We cannot hear you. Okay, let the technical team take charge of that. Oh, wait, any more questions?
Can I?
Yes, go ahead.
I don't want
Yes.
to take the time from scholars. I'll stand up on this one. I can also share how this all came about because I met Senna. But first, what connects me and what I love is this idea of not being alone. Because what I've also realized about reconnecting to my roots in Africa is that I feel community here in a way that I don't feel it in the U.S. In a capitalistic structure, it's more focused on the individual.
Is it okay now?
Yes, our audio is okay.
I grew up in a Muslim household.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go.
Yes, yeah. Wala is talking. Let's finish with Wala. Then you go ahead.
And actually, it points back to
They are talking about you.
I grew up in a Muslim household where I was taught more to fear God, and that one day I would be coming to judgment. And it just didn't connect for me. And I tried to pray, it didn't connect. So I've been a seeker in a way since then, but it was never religion. I didn't know it was spirituality until I got exposed to the ideas of spirituality. And it made more sense because I'd always been an optimistic person and believed in things coming my way. And I was like, oh, okay, so that's law of attraction. Or, like you said, it's these languages in the US, law of attraction. But it's all centered on really coming back to the African tradition. And it's actually the community of MyPad, which Jidenna and I are part of, the most influential people of African descent, that Senna is part of. And through a WhatsApp community chat, I learned about revolution. And I said, okay, this is something that Birthright Africa can get behind because it's bringing it back to the indigenous spiritual practice. And so when Jidenna and Milan were like, we want something authentic, ritual, it's like, boom, this is it. So that's the connection, that's how we met Senna. One question, or I would love comment on, this is a big commentary too. I really appreciate the end about women because one of the things, not just as a woman, but you know, it's really beautiful to hear when men understand the world is deprived. And I think it's because of the spirituality of women. It's inherent in us in some way, I believe. I don't know. You can maybe comment. And what is it? Is it a fear of that spirit by other men that wants to control it? How do we move in this direction of the balance on Earth? Because we are 50%.
Okay, Yao, can you hear? Can you hear, Senna?
Yes. Yes, I can hear.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Thank you very much to everybody and welcome to the team and all the Africa. I feel honored and that everybody at Afrikan Magick Temple is very honored that you are very to visits for the first time, feel African soil for the first time and learn more about your heritage, right?
Okay, you mute
and I always heard about Birthright Israel, the people of Judah will be able to on a free funded, but then I always thought that this is something that African people of African descent should also have. So when I heard about the work that you guys are doing at Birthright Africa, it's something that really spoke to me. I as a Ghanaian Japanese, I am partly Ghanaian, I'm partly Japanese, and I'm also a member of the African diaspora. There are many people here in Japan that are of African descent that don't really know about themselves, don't know about their history, don't know about their culture, and that really influences their level of
think that when we look at indigenous African culture, for example, in Voodoo, it's not like Christianity or Islam where only a man can be, or a man can be somebody who is powerful. There are very powerful women in Voodoo practice. In our family, we just happen to have many men. That's why you see a lot of men around us.
Any more questions? I think while I was talking about women, to say women are very powerful people. So, you know, the truth.
Yes, tell us the truth.
The truth to be told. There is no other God than women. Because since the history of Adam and Eve, we say it is Adam and Eva, or Hawa and Adamu. I think nobody has created this world more than women. They are the ones who have been creating the world ever since God created the first human beings. It's been women all the time. That's the truth. But because women are so powerful, I think that men became afraid and they put some checks in place so that women cannot rule them. I think that's why all this thing, that's why.
But what is the fear about? What is the fear for?
Oh, you know, women can be great and do everything, make you wonderful. But the same woman, if he wants to destroy you, you can't run away.
Hell has no fury like a woman. Okay.
So if there is fear, maybe that was what brought the fear, and they put checks in place so that women can be regulated so that they don't use all their force.
Power, okay.
Mama?
Yes.
So Mama, there's an old legend where I'm from, in Igbo society.
Which part of Igbo land?
I'm from Imo State.
Igbo, okay.
Yeah. So we have a tradition called Mau. Mau is our masquerade ceremony that we have.
Okay.
There's this old legend that my father told me. He said that way back, thousands and thousands of years, exactly, masquerades used to be, like right now, women traditionally are not supposed to be masquerades. It's usually male dancers. It's changing now. So the legend has it that way back in the day, it was men, women, and trans people. To be honest, anybody, any gender, could be a masquerade. Then, to your point, men got jealous because masquerades were supposed to be the gatekeepers of the spirit world, and they were representing the gods. So they were representing the spirit world, which is the world of what some people call death. Well, women are also the gatekeepers of life. And so men got jealous and worried that one day women will take over the earth. They say, oh, they can't be both the gatekeepers of the spirit world and the gatekeepers of life. And so they banned women.
And the spiritual.
Yeah, so now, traditionally, but that's, again, this is just what was told.
Right.
I'm not saying this is the case across Africa. But even that as a symbolic story, I think we see that in every industry known to humankind. We see that everywhere as men are afraid of women's intuition, of women's wisdom, of women's ability to do what men can do better than what we can do sometimes, and we were like, no, we gotta have some place. and I think that's what weak men do.
Right.
But compare that to slavery.
Yeah,
And oppression. It's the same phenomenon.
Jide, I think that it is not. It is. I have seen it. Women are powerful. When a woman is in charge of voodoo, a lot of things happen. So men automatically have to be afraid. It's natural. They have to be afraid. So
there's some truth to it.
Okay, and then they need the courage to feel the fear and go through life anyway.
Yes,
And
because
trust in
without woman, the world does not exist. A man can do up to some point, but then with nature, goats give birth to babies or kids, chickens. When do you raise a man?
You have to help, to be fair.
There's no man, but the mother takes care and grow these babies and they become human beings in the world. Maybe the man will just come across and go. So the women have the power, but I think the fear that they will control men has given that to the women should be the second place.
Right.
How about the SP?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to bring a bit of perspective there. In traditional African society, as Papa teaches us, always had a balance. But with the advent of colonialism, they brought capitalism. And the capitalist system, at the beginning, was man-dominated because we relied on labor, who was physically stronger to move a system. And so the man who brought the food home saw himself superior. And because we were subjects and we learned their religion, we learned everything that they taught us, we started to behave the same way as the master did. But if you look at traditional African societies, the woman has always had a place of honor. This thing of women don't have respect and it's not true. My tribe, I'm Ashanti. The Ashantihine, they cannot be an Ashantihine if the Queen Mother does not agree.
Yes.
Powerful as he is.
If the woman doesn't agree.
Ashantihine's appellation is the Almighty God. That's Otukfo Nyamekesie. That's the Almighty God. But we cannot appoint an Almighty God unless the Asantehima, which is the Queen Mother, says that, okay, you can be king. And the day she says you cannot be king, it's
That's
over.
their end.
And it's true across, at least I know about 6 or 7 African countries. The societies I've seen in South Africa, in the north of South Africa, it's called the Rain Queen, Mujaji. It's only recently that politically they're trying to put a man there. But traditionally, it's been a woman. Zimbabwe, look at the story of Munamutapo, same story. If you look at Queen Nzinga in Angola, same story. So please, let us look at it from another perspective. The perspective that is a white man's narrative that he's been trying to push on us. But now we know better. So if you want to change it, I think that the best way is not, and I speak respectfully, what I've seen is I've seen a lot of black women here and elsewhere fighting the man. No, we're not enemies. We've got to go back to the partnership that existed before the man came. And that I needed to throw that out there. Just
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I think thank you. So I think what's the time now?
There's a lady here.
Yes, my good friend.
Yes, hi, Milan with Hey Senna. I just want to thank you again, thank everyone at the Afrikan Magick Temple for first taking that call with us, Senna taking another call with us, and I'm so deeply moved. Sounds superficial, and I don't have the words I don't have the English for how I feel right now. I'm going to need some time after this. I'm really, I'm just very grateful, so I will say that. And with that gratitude, I would like to know what it is that you and the people of Afrikan Magick Temple would like in the future, the immediate future, next week, next year. What does 5 years look like now? What does 10 years look like? What is 100? What is it that you want? Because if what we see is what you want, beautiful, you've done it, you've done well, as Jidenna said, legal to say, right? And we're grateful. But
what is our plan?
What is the plan? And,
Yes, we have a plan.
How are we and this how can we are part of your plan now, right? Being in this moment, right? Being present. How can we continue to be a part of that plan, not in theory, not in belief, not in faith, but in action?
Thank you very much for that question. We at Afrikan Magick Temple, I will say that because I have been into all the faiths that are built on, no, not the faith, the doctrines and philosophies that are built on faith. I've been in most of them before starting this. My plan is that even if I am not here tomorrow, this Afrikan Magick Temple that I have started should continue forever. And that's why all my children, I have 10 children. Yes, not one, not two. I have 10 children. And I have trained almost all my children to continue what I am doing today, just in case I am not here tomorrow. So this place will always be here, unless of course my children change their way of thinking, which I doubt they will do, because my spirit in the spirit world will not give them peace.
I think that you're probably shortchanging yourself. In addition to raising your children, you're raising those of us who are also not your children.
Yes, yes. I'm raising a whole lot of people. I have priests in Ohio that came to train here. They are doing readings for people and everything. I don't know. When you get onto our page, you'll find Shamba Musa. I have Kadi Fisher Ghani. I have, so many other people who are training here, and they are like priests and priestesses already. And I am spreading my wings so that when I am not here, I'm trying to empower people. Not only my children, but empower people who will tell the truth tomorrow. That's what I am doing here. So this place will always be here. And anybody, when it is your time and you want to learn about the truth and connect, we will always be here to connect you to the psychic or spiritual plane. There is no doubt about it. We will always be here to connect you. And when we connect you, it's a real connection. You will not doubt it. You will see it, you will experience it, and you will feel it, and you will know that this is the reality. Because I myself had been scammed because of spirituality. I had gone through a whole lot of things. I was once a teacher in a class. I taught in Nigeria. I was a teacher in Nigeria, classroom teacher in Nigeria, in Lagos. I was teaching mathematics and science and all this. But today I am a voodoo priest. So this place will always exist. I came from a long way, and it will not die. So anyone who is interested in the real truth and authentic African traditional spirituality, this is a home. And all my children are priests. Even the little one that I showed to you is only 7 years old. It's going to grow. And even if I pass on, there will be generations who will be telling the truth, so they don't have fear.
How old is this place now?
Afrikan Magick Temple in Ghana came about 1997. We started in 1997. So we're 25 years, are we? Yes, we are 25 years now. But that is when I came back from Japan. But I had my shrine long time, and I've been working in Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and in Japan before finally coming to Ghana to set it up. So it's been there for a while. But then in Ghana, at this place, it's been 25 years. And we were not actually open to the public until about 6-7 years ago. Is this 2015 is when?
7 years ago.
About 7 years ago. It was from 2015 that we were open to the public. I was using this place only for me and my children. I want to project them in life so that they will never be cheated, they will not be taken advantage of, and they will always have the support of the spiritual and the psychic world to project them in life. Senna has a junior brother. Well, when you see the junior brother, you think that he is older than Senna. Because he's big and tall and giant. That is his junior brother. He is always on the camera, that's why you don't see him very much. He's always filming his brother, whatever he's doing. But they are there, and they are all priests. They are all fully initiated priests who can do works for everybody. So we are everywhere. And in Japan, my children, Senna, are coming from this African man who became a Japanese. What is his name? Yasuke.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they are the descendants of Yasuke. My children are the descendants of Yasuke because my wife came from that line. They are Japanese today, they look Japanese, but their root is African. So my children are the descendants of the samurai Yasuke, which Mossman was supposed to act before he didn't act it. They are directly blood descendants of Yasuke. Whatever sent me from my village all the way to Japan, I don't know. I can only say it's my destiny.
Thank you.
I had met a lot of women along the way, from Ethiopia all the way to India, Thailand, Philippines, Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, but I only decided to have children with their mother. And I didn't know whatever bloodline she was coming from. I knew she was a Japanese, but then later, even she herself didn't know. It was later before we knew that it was their ancestors were from the Yasuke samurai line. So that's destiny. Yes, they are going to share you the mufflers. It's only one person who doesn't have, and I think Imani, your name was spelled with L instead of I, but then I told them to remake it, but we'll give you this one for now, and then when they make it, who is there? Medoc. Who is Medoc? Yes, please. Medoc is here. Then I'm going to pray for you at Legba, where I will pray and wish you all a good stay in Ghana and your journeys will be safe. So that's what we're going to do.
Destiny.
Yes, it's my madam.
Then
destiny is my destination.
Destination. This person. And then Candy.
You are Kosi? Kosi is Sunday born. You were born on
Joshua.
Sunday.
I don't know.
You don't know? That's my father was born on Sunday.
So your Ghanaian born name is on there.
Your Ghanaian names are there. You are Akosua or Akos. Means the Sunday born for a woman. That year.
Whoever's missing, you're getting extra love from the devil. Think of it that way.
Jared. Jared is okay. Kendall.
Oh.
Kendall.
For those.
Jared should be Kojo.
Yeah, but it says Ajo.
It's Kojo.
For those who did not get theirs,
do you have more?
No, I don't have any more.
Who's missing?
Well, everybody is supposed to have.
Who's
So
missing?
Steph.
Who else? There's only one person.
There's just that. No, it's not anybody. It's for them. Special.
So they will make yours. I'll meet you in Anda, and I'll give it to you.
And the correction for Imani.
Yes, for Imani, they will change the L. You know, the people living in the village in the Water region, some of them have never gone to school. They are only seeing and weaving. So they may see I as L. That's why it's like that, but we'll make the correction and I'll get it to you. Yes.
May we please just have like each scholar just stand so they can understand what their name is?
Yes,
they have no context
okay,
of
let's
what-
stand up. People stand up and let me see the local name. And those who have got the muffler.
Where's the bathroom?
I think for the muffler. Okay. Ladies, you are Saturday born. So in our Ghanaian culture, if you are born on Saturday, you will be called Amma in the Akan side, and in the Ewe side we call you Ami or Amma. So that's why Ami is not Amy, it's Ami.
Ami.
And Destiny, you are called Akuna because you were born on a Wednesday. Yes.
Yes.
And even though you two are Amimi Saturday born, you are Friday born Kofi. So when you go anywhere, when they ask you in Ghana what's your name, tell them you are Kofi. You will be accepted like you have been here long. Yeah, when you lose your local names, and we have Abena, Abra, the Aves will say Abra, and the Akans will say Abina, but it's the same if you say my name is Abena, that's it, you are Tuesday born. Yes, Tuesday born. And then we have Madok is having a course that is Sunday born on Sunday. And my mother is Akos. My own biological mother is called Akosua. The short form of Akosua is Akos. And you two, you are Sunday born, Glenn. Yes. Okay, you are my mother. And we have what is you are Koku, means you are born on Wednesday. Yes, your birthday falls on Wednesday, so you are Koku. So when you go around, and those of you having the names, when you go around, when they ask you what's your name, just tell them like you are called Afi. Yes, you are Friday born. Yes, we mention the day that you were born. There are 7 days in a week, and each day has a name for boys and for girls. So when you go, when they ask you, oh, just say you are Aku, Afi, Kosi, Abena, then people will say, come. So that's it. Thank you all very much. And we have for you, we also be ready. And who else? You have a Joe, that one has to be changed to Kojo. Kojo means a Monday born. I am Kojo. Myself, I'm Kojo. That's why my name is Bob Kujomi. Yes, I'm a Monday born. So I'm Kojo. So Kojos are very powerful people. They are great lovers. but they are very fortunate in romantic matters.
Same apply for Monday women at Ajua. On Monday.
Yes, Ajua also are very good people, but they have problems in
Can we go back? Can you tell us about the specifics? Yeah, what is it? What else is it? Because like Sunday, yeah.
Akosia, is a Sunday woman. Sunday women are very powerful, they are very spiritual, they love, but they don't get the love they give to people like
What about Saturday? Yeah, what
Mama, thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you.
No, I'll meet you again. So you have our platform. We have our Clubhouse, Facebook, YouTube.
You should be a rapper.
What do you call it? Clubhouse,
Spotify,
and all this things. And you can take us and you can ask me any question. I will always answer.
And we will meet him again on Friday.
You meet me again next Friday. I'll be praying over there at the Artist Museum, Kwame Akotumba, the one who exhibited his art at the Times Square in New York. Yes, I'll be there to open this ritual ceremony. So when we are there, we will relax. Ask me questions. I'll answer you. Okay. Thank you, Jidenna. I'm very good. Okay. I have a picture with you at Afrikan Magick Temple. Yeah. Come on, yeah. So that this one can show. Yes. Thank you. Is Tara come?
Yeah, Tara's outside.
So my daughter and my grandchildren are here. I have children in the Philippines too.
Not yet.
I am a good priest. I'm not a Christian pastor.
Papa, would you like to do a group picture here or outside?
I think the outside will be better for the group picture. But this place is too small.
Just in case people want to see.
Okay, anybody wants to take picture with me, you can. One-on-one, that's fine. Then that will tell them that you've been to Afrikan Magick Temple and you have met Christopher, the priest of Afrikan Magick Temple. That will be good for you. We are worldwide. We are known everywhere. Because we keep the tradition, the real. We are not the passing by people.
Thank you, boss.
Yeah. What I want. All right, so I think we'll somebody help Joy. Come, please come.
So, can I have your attention, please? We'll take a group picture outside.
Can we stay in our white?
It would be nice if you had a white one.
Then come. You know, it's the first place you've come to. And you come here many times in the future, but this is the first time you've been here. Take a picture and remember.
I'll frame it.
But when you become a priestess,
Oh, I don't have to talk to them.
when you become a priestess, you said, yes, I came there and I changed.
Papa, Tara is in.
Tara should come. That's good. Well, I'm always here. You will.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Oh my gosh.
You will sure become a priestess. No, I can read minds. That's my work. I see beyond the human mind.
You want to say? Just go around. Just go around. Okay. Somebody else wants to go?
Thank you.
You can get out.
want the ham.
Tasty.
Yes. Can I get the hand here too? I don't know if you hold it.
Sure, why not? Why not?
I like that. Right.
Thank you too. Thank you too. Thank you, Amma.
Perfect.
Thank you too. Thank you.
You want to take a picture too?
What kind of work is that? What kind of work is that?
1, 2, 3. The look up. That was cute. I like it.
Thank you.
On my phone. Y'all are just gonna use up all my space. I got it.
Thank you all for coming. My son is very happy.
I wanted to say something really strange.
Oh yeah, we stick something. What story is food? The other phone is the one he has to communicate. You could have deleted some of the old ones that we made today. With Jidenna, Jidenna and me.
I left my father's I left the church. There was a hard time.
When is your time?
Right. I knew there was a reason.
Maybe your father wanted to live in the opportunity we never came from. Because where he was, you cannot be.
True, and I acknowledge that.
When I was a kid, if I had not really struggled hard, I would be able to. I wouldn't have been able to live because the community wanted to keep me. And then I'm kind of a stubborn person.
So you don't leave because of it.
I'm kind of a stubborn person. Yeah. No matter what happens, I want to.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll come connect. I'm going to pray for you all at the gate.
Display the. I'm showing you. Instagram too, because I know everybody has Facebook. I'm going to go outside just to take what's outside.
Go now.
Senor. Much taller.
I'm going to take pictures. It's recorded. I'm taking pictures of Tara.
Thank you guys. A group picture, please.
I don't dream about that.
Don't shake the white. Shake.
You capture me.
Yo. Okay. So what I want to do now is let's go and pray. I wish you well. We come back in and take a group picture. Yo, is that fine? Let me go and pray for you. These are my grandchildren. Nice to meet you guys. Hey.
Let me help you with it. Send No, it's okay. Let's see.
Voila. Come here so that because you are living there. Everybody can come, but the space is small, so just have to spread around there.
Tanisha, Sarah.
Agbomo kekele bagi mosuwe jime ko zando le agbodo travel ko anyara makazo e wo de gboto de agbo adi esu ila ilu chachina o le gba agbo enye won duro lo ko beta pete le gba agbo enye won duro lo ko beta pete le gba agbo enye won duro lo ko beta pete chachina o nya tefe me po de video le me ku over to America, to Birthright Africa, don't come over Ghana. Over Salad, do I mean? Good luck, peace, health, them a dinner. A Ghana, you over there, I may wait to go, but it never may now go to Emiola, Afana go to a fat boma jesu. O quick Thomas, so let me that party. Your polic bemeji, your kumeji, woli meji, di meji, loso meji, moli meji, abla meji, akala meji, buda meji, sa meji, kameji, trupe meji, tula meji, mete meji, chemeji, fumeji, poliche, tula meyo. Clever didn't come what I know. Wow, I'm a top day, never foiled D. I may wait for a Birthright Africa, but you no for the ready look at Don't put this one on the other side because I'm going to kill chicken. Just pause it. Why? Let me just so you are not supposed to see flag. Now, okay. Birthright Africa, over to Ghana, we actually do it.
At this point, it went off. That's
Legba medu anukuku. Legba medu anukuku. Legba duna. Legba medu anukuku. Legba medu anukuku. Legba medu anukuku.
When I'm on beside my mom.
Okay. Oh, we just inshallah. Please, all of you come to the other side. This is very dangerous.
And gameplay in this studio. Jidenna is here. But not all of us that will understand their students. Some people will say like if you also. I mean school don't let it come in the wall. You know getting the use the student them or the all the kids. And everything 20 years. Some of them 20 years, 20, 21.
I tell them
which one is the mix one. No, you show me.
No, I will show you. Go find out.
The one with the camp over there. The one with the camp over there. Where's she?
She's one of the organizers. What? She's one of the organizers now.
Oh, she ought to see me.
You see her with the red glasses.
Yes, it's
Birthright Africa. You became all over. Like when you please, you can come inside now. Anybody inside the
The light, can we? Everybody find a place. What are you going to do? Group picture. You want me to help with the arrangement? Would you like me to help with the arrangement? Pauli.
Bye, Papa.
Thank you so much.
I get a lot of picture of him already. Hey, you know that you know if you carry this is a great achievement. Hey, this one said put for a place alone said money be there for the ground. You are the follow at the front today or you want like was in Ghana, but he was in Ghana by the two.
I woke up. He's going to go and come. I hear night shift.
Where's he working out? Where is he working out?
Where does he work?
Yeah.
Like the drumming. Like he said somebody should record with his phone and things. He said somebody should record with their phone. Because it's like an iPhone and it's not that simple. I tell him all the time, but he doesn't understand. It's not that simple. Everyone is doing something. It's not like that. I don't know.
You are! We do them over expectation. Respect. Bobby, that's why everybody got Bobby. Bobby, so far,
Everybody, your altar for all of you. Nice to meet you. Tony.
Okay. Should we end the live? Okay.
Yo.
Okay, then can you
Who go drink?
Can you keep it in the sky for me so that we end the live?
The way I think the way like in the morning.